We're back with more Factorio. This game just won the vote, which means I'll be playing it one day a week, which is probably going to be really good for me keeping track of what the hell is going on. If you'll recall historically, I first tried this game several years ago, way back in the day, back when it was structured very, very differently. We then played it again for a bonus stream about 6 months ago today, back in the end of June 2020. It's now January of 2021. Um, my understanding is that things have changed since I last played it, but not nearly as much has changed between episode 1 and 2 as between episode 2 and 3 here. I did leave a bunch of notes to myself at the end of the previous episode. I read through those. I'll go ahead and recap them here in a second. But it's likely I'm going to be extremely rusty. So please have patience with me, and spoiler backseating policy is basically totally suspended until I get back on my feet. And probably just in general, this game is kind of rough without having some kind of help or reading a wiki or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and wander around and see if I can get my sea legs back here in 1 second. All right, so notes that I left myself. Basically, my core goal is to move through the tech tree. There's different kinds of science that I can use to do that. Right now, I have access to red science and green science, and I've built a couple factories that are trying to move these to these labs so that I can do research and unlock things in my tech trees. Like right now, I guess I'm working on expanding my inventory. Okay. I have this chain of labs, and the fact that only the 2 labs at the end are actively producing things tells me that my capacity is not great right now. I have too much green and not enough red science. So I probably need to expand my red science production in order to make sure that these are all working at the same time. Let me take a look at my red science building up here. So this is my main red science loop. I only have the one of them. A note that I left to myself last episode is that I should try to make a duplicate red science building factory in order to meet my lab capacity a little bit better. It looks like red science, let's see. It's made from copper plates and iron gear wheels. Is that what I wrote down? It is. Okay, cool. Green science is made from transporter belts and inserters. I believe my main green science facility is down here. It's quite a bit more complicated to make. Yeah. Got this guy's making copper wire. This guy's making, is it circuits? The circuits are then being made into inserters. The inserters are being placed in a box. The box is then grabbing, I guess, where is it getting the... This should be getting conveyor belts from somewhere, transport belts. Oh no, apparently Twitch is having issues today. Okay. Yeah, Walter's sending me messages in Discord. I'm going to keep recapping what I know from the previous episode, and then I have direct questions here in a second. Okay, so anyway, this guy is making green science with inserters and transport belts. The inserters are coming from here. And then I've got a guy that's grabbing them out of this box. But I need to find out where the heck my belts are coming from out of this thing. Is it from up here? Is that what these guys are? Okay, yeah, so I've got a machine building transport belts further up. Go track it down. This will be helpful for me to just be able to recreate where everything is in my brain, because I think last episode, by the end of the episode, I would go back to a factory I'd already built like several hours prior, and it was like Gandalf in Fellowship of the Ring, where he's like, I have no memory of this place. When the fuck did I build this? What is this? What are all these things? All right, so there's a chest here that has my transport belts. Okay. And I've got a bunch of furnaces that are making iron plates, it looks like. And then the plates are being picked up and made and combined with gear wheels. Okay, because I can make a gear wheel out of a plate. So a plate's becoming a gear. The gear is being passed into the assembler that's making transport belts, and it's doing it with these gears and with these iron plates. And then I'm probably, looks like I'm building ammo over here as well. You can use the red X at the end of the inserter box by green science and not build up a whole box full of inserters. Is there a reason I don't want a whole box full of inserters? Yeah, folks are saying that Twitch is having loading issues. I checked the Twitch support Twitter, but they're not announcing anything at the moment. If anyone wants to type in the Streamed Games channel in Discord, I'll try to read your messages out loud if I'm responding to it so people on YouTube know what I'm talking about. All right. Copper wire, circuits, gears to make inserters, put in a box, and we've got this chain of labs. Yep, these are notes that I left to myself. I need to make it so that I'm using more of my labs at once. Let me go review my current fuel situation. So I think that I went kind of overboard on fuel last episode, and that this is going to last me an extremely long time. It's also producing a ton of pollution, which is something that I was trying to track before. So my understanding of pollution is that there are these red dots, which are aliens or the native life that I'm encroaching on. And if one of these pollution squares reaches them, they will aggro and rush my buildings. So then I believe that these circles that I have around my buildings are my turret coverage. It's basically saying that if they see some of the native fauna come to attack, they will immediately kill it if it gets within these circles. So I want to have enough turrets that are covering all of my machinery, and I probably eventually want to automate ammo production so that they have infinite ammo to protect myself. Now, what I'm not clear on is whether pollution continues to get worse here. Like, if I just do nothing and stand here and let things produce, if this is just going to grow and grow and grow, or it's only going to get worse if I build more steam engines and build more devices. I kind of get the sense that it only goes up when you add new facilities. Chatty works with the Twitch chat won't let you type anything. Oh, that's frustrating. So I think these gun turrets already have at least a little bit of ammo. Probably need to work on that. I noticed before, this got mentioned right at the end of the stream, that if I click any of these power lines, I can see a graph of my consumption versus my production. And here I can tell that I'm at like 10% capacity, so I got plenty of room to build more things. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to cover here before I start messing around again. No, I think that's all of my notes from the end of the previous episode. So I'm just going to kind of do a tour of my facilities here and make sure I understand what's happening. I'm sending a ton of coal down here, and that's because I need coal to run the boilers. Okay, makes sense. Oh, that sounded like a good sound. Okay, it finished researching the tool belt inventory space upgrade, right? See if I can find where that was. So it'll be highlighted in green here if I already researched it. I know I can queue these up so that they try to work back to back. Not ammo. It's not conveyors. Here we go. Expands your inventory. And that's just a passive. That's not something I have to build. Once it's been researched, I just have access to it, I guess. Pollution's produced over time by buildings. Eventually it'll spread. Huh. So even if I don't change my production at all, pollution is just going to get worse and worse over time unless if I do something about it? Research is green. It's been completed. The tool belt's an automatic upgrade. It's already been applied. Okay. Yeah, I'm currently chatting in the Stream to Games channel in Discord for anyone that wants to chip in here. These radars scan the nearby sectors, reveal an area around it. That's basically how I know where the monsters are, right? I kind of want to build those at the edges of my base all over the place. So I had already pre-built a bunch of them before. They have to be powered, right? It's part of the issue. Trees block some pollution. Okay. Thinking that automating ammo production might be the most simple thing I can start with here. So I'm going to give that a try here in a second. Let me try to figure out. I think I have a machine that's already building the ammo. Getting it to my turrets is going to be something else. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so is supplying my turrets with ammo just a question of making a grabber to pull it out of this chest and then just making a bunch of belts that direct it to my turrets and then using more inserters to move them to the turret? I guess I have to have room to do all of that as part of the problem. Trees block pollution. Okay. What's the, is there a better intended way to automate refilling gun turrets than just doing chest to belt? I mean, I guess I could have a factory near each one that's making it and then feeding it directly to the turret, as long as it's enough room to cover everything around it. It says you can absolutely belt ammo to turrets. So I played a little bit of just one episode of Satisfactory, which reduces my stress level significantly just because that you can break anything down and get the materials back. Which I don't think is how Factorio works, right? Like I can't just like trivially pick up this gun turret and move it or disassemble it and rebuild it somewhere else. I mean, I guess there's so many resources that who cares? I can probably do that anyway, but once I've chosen to build it, my thought is like this one's in the middle of all of these belts, so I don't know if I can get ammo to it easily. Oh, you can totally move things trivially. Okay. And I know I can build these little tunnels, but this space is pretty tight right now. I see. Gun turret, sure. Yeah, apparently Twitch is having some pretty big issues right now. I guess I can build 2 of them. This ammo already went over here. Okay. So let me see what I can do. I'm probably going to need to build a tunnel if I want to get it over there, right? But I don't think I have one of those in my current inventory. I guess I do. Underground belts. We need to have an inserter as well. Is that a problem that I gave it all my ammo? Or I'm actually going to have to use this gun sometimes? Shit. This guy needs power because it's not close enough to one of these. Oh, right. The radius on these is actually pretty small. Okay. So if I built another electrical pole here, it would be okay. Gotcha. How do I, is there a hotkey to just drop whatever's currently on my hot select and just go back to having empty hands? Oh, these, clear cursor. Okay. This is the max limit of one of these tunnels, I guess. Okay. And I'd have to make another one to get it around here. Or maybe I can use regular belts and just move it to where I previously had the thing. Let's see. Appreciate your patience. It's probably going to take me a couple hours to get back in the swing of things with this game. I don't think I have a facility that's just making inserters. I mean, I know I have some that are being used for making science. I guess I could go grab some of those if I just need a few. But I don't think I'm just boxing a bunch of them. I mean, oh, okay. Well, that'll do. Basic overview of how pollution works is that the environment absorbs pollution, buildings produce pollution, there's a limit to how much pollution the environment can absorb. Buildings tend to produce a low amount of pollution even when they're inactive. So pollution inevitably rises with time. Okay, thanks, Game Saucer. So now I think we go... That needs power. Okay, that makes sense. Now it's slowly getting ammo. And it'll just stop giving it ammo once it gets to 10. Okay. So in that case, I don't want to have this full belt of ammo. I guess it doesn't particularly matter if the belt is full. And I could try to pull stuff off of it, but once it's full, it's going to stop sending new stuff that way anyway. So I could just try to send another belt off from the same box. Full belts are normal and expected. Okay. So let me review where all my guns are here. So I think I just want to try to go through and supply all of them. The one down here. So we want to do that. Oops. Satisfactory does this thing where it like tries to predict what you're doing with belts, and it's glorious. Oops. The reason that's not doing anything is because it's already full, right? There it goes. Okay. Splitters to branch of belts. Which is something I might want to do here. I have another gun turret around here somewhere. Looks like. This guy? Yeah, okay. So I want to get some more down here. splitter, this guy. And splitter will just take half of the inputs, send half of them on one belt and half on the other belt. Is that right? Okay, so I need to remind myself how to make those tunnels. This guy. I can like manually craft them, right? Which is what I was doing there. Sorry, I keep hitting escape. I must have played a game where that's my inventory button or something. I'm gonna go pick up some more transport belts. The factory is never satisfied. Factory consumes all. Full belts are assigning you to expand consumption. Empty belts are assigning you to okay, full belts expand consumption. Empty belts expand construction. Sure. So this is just grabbing directly from the belt instead of putting it into a box, which is probably not ideal. I'm wondering if it makes more sense to set up a chest here. I already have chests. Got machines. I think they're trivial to make, right? Iron chest. Hit Alt to re-enable info overlay. I'm used to having Alt tooltips, but I think I did it when I was trying to find out how to clear my hand. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. All right, let's see. Does anyone notice I can't check it right now? Does the Twitch support Twitter acknowledge the loading issues? Oh, actually, the way I'm doing this is kind of silly. Investigating an issue causing features on Twitch not to load. Thank you. Oh, 5 hours ago shouldn't be right. Sidebar's back now. Okay, I think I did this wrong. 1 sec. Oh, I see. So I need an extra belt first. I see. There we go. All right. That's 3 of them taken care of. Got 2 more down here and then 4 along the bottom. So if I wanted to make a splitter, plates and belts. Oh, that was an underground belt. That's fine. I need that too. I want another one there. Okay. I think I'm getting any of this. Although I'm using a lot of my space. How... I feel like I'm going to want to get to a point where I really know what I'm doing and I'm just going to want to like nuke the map and start over. I guess the map just expands indefinitely, right? So if I have this really awful, inefficient factory here, it's not a big deal because I can always expand somewhere else and try to be tighter there, like in shapes.io. I just need to get myself into that Zen level that I was at in Satisfactory, where we're just like, it's okay, chill out. Well, is there any reason to tear down an existing factory, even if it sucks? It's still getting you resources and stuff, right? I might want to try to build some more of these now that my pollution is extending off my visible map. Let me finish supplying the turrets first. Tearing stuff down can help you not have to spend time conquering territory. Okay. So last episode I was questioning a lot why native fauna is even a thing in the first place. It seems like it's a holdover from an earlier version of the game, and I'm surprised it hasn't been cut yet. But if it's meant to make it so that you have to take steps before you can expand, I guess that makes sense. You can't just expand for free, basically. I'm the big blue dot in this map, right? There's where I'm headed. Set something up wrong there. There it goes. Oh, is it not close enough, I guess? I see. Okay, got that under control. I got another turret over this way that I want to deal with. So I'll make another splitter. Obviously, at some point I want to automate this because I'll be building lots and lots of splitters in the future, but for now I'm only using them one at a time, so I don't feel that bad doing that. Do I have room to make the jump beyond these labs? Let's see. From there, I don't. Something just finished. Is there any way that I can, like, quickly check the thing that I just built? I guess I could just try to remember. Automation 2, assembling machines capable of processing fluid ingredients, fluid handling, various ways to store and transport fluids. But I don't know what I just did. Was it steel processing, maybe? So now I think I can do that. Perfect, that seems to be working. Okay, and then I need to get all of my turrets down by my production taken care of. Engine is what I researched, we think. See if I can find it. I can search, right? So I already had steel. Converts fuel into mechanical motion, an essential part of all vehicles. Engine. So that's for making vehicles, not for power production. Which I'm still completely fine on, right? Oh, yeah. Okay. Tree view on the right. I see. I'm probably going to want to eventually, sorry, I can use my words here. Eventually, I'm going to want to make my own decisions regarding the tech tree, but it's pretty intimidating at the moment. Can anyone recommend a few things to add to my queue here? I guess, is this technically black science? Is that what that is? Landfill. Military science and automation too. Which is currently queued. So like, oh, lab research speed, I could see that being pretty important. And this means this needs a prerequisite first before I can get it. Research and automate military science next should be the next plan. Okay. The game doesn't care about me carrying multiple stacks of crap, right? Like, as long as it fits in my inventory, the number of slots I have is all that matters. There's not like a weight system or something. well, I might have a bit of an issue here with the lake being in the way. Let's see what I can do. Weapon firing speed and damage are great default picks. Big fan of anything that's a passive upgrade, so if there's something passive that I have access to, I guess feel free to let me know. Oh, I see. Electrical pole is in the way. Thought I snuck through here before. Okay. Oh, they affect the turrets? Okay, yeah, that seems like a big deal. Why can't I turn this belt down from here? It looks like it wants to connect with this belt, which is what I'm trying to avoid. I guess I could make a grabber here that turns it, right? Inserter, sorry. So I just move the power pole. Okay. Now, here, since I have these in a line, I could have something that pulls the ammo out of that. Okay. Because eventually it'll be full. Is this ultimately a problem because this means that it's going to drain ammo from the leftmost turret? Just wondering if that's strictly worse than just having a splitter there that sends it around the side. Yeah, it's a problem, but it's fine for now. Okay, I think I see your point. Turret gets busted, no turrets further down get ammo. Is it also kind of a bottleneck problem that if this turret starts firing, then in order for it to get refilled, it's going to depend on depleting the turret on the far left side? So if I get attacked at the same time over here, which it looks like based on the geography, I wouldn't. But if I did, I might be in trouble in that case. I guess they'll only be able to fire as fast as the inserter is able to work, but that's true for all of them, regardless. Okay. So now I think I did one of my first goals, which is to automate providing ammo to all of my turrets. Comes up no matter how you build the belt-fed turret lines. Okay. So if I start to get nervous about pollution, I could just shut off all my machines and sit around for a bit until it goes away and then start over. The ammo in a turret is enough for a single attack wave. Are the enemies... Is there a finite number of them on the map, or do they keep growing? Like, once this group up here is gone, are they gone forever and I never have to worry about that group again? Just got automation 2, it sounded like. Try to build another scanner out here that I'm currently doing. Is it like abiogenesis, or does it require other creatures somewhere else on the map off screen to come in and build new nests? Okay. They expand from existing nests, so if you clear and wall off territory, that area is going to stay clear as long as the walls are intact. Gotcha. I think I mentioned this last episode. I don't mind the idea in a game like this of thing that's a problem early on that later in the game you trivialize. Like, that's basically how food and water work in Subnautica. I don't know what it is about it being enemies that freaks me out, but it does for some reason. I can see a yawn. Oh, when I select this guy, it shows my current coverage. Interesting. Be able to physically go somewhere to build a nest. Looks like Twitch chat might be coming back. Folks want to try to move off of Discord. Should have done that a little bit further down. I guess I can still do that, right? So if I do an initial scan and then I disable the radar, I lose whatever information I previously had, right? I mean, that just makes sense. There's not a thing that shows me, okay, I can see electric networks. I can't see my current radar coverage, right? Or is that just the light area? Oh, here we go. Now it's projecting. But weirdly only when I'm on the map screen? Oh, it's still wrong though. Maybe that's just a glitch that it's still showing that, because it just seems like it's mirroring my map movement. Breaking a radar doesn't lead input permanently. Fog of war closes back in. Minimap shows projected radar reach. Yeah, I noticed that a second ago. Oh, here we go. I guess I just had to move significantly more to get it to do what I wanted it to. Okay, feel a little bit better about that. Still have more. So if creatures come attacking, are they just going to destroy all my radars, or do they try to go for specific buildings first? Like, do I need to have my radars protected by turrets as well? Ideally. Radars operate on chunks of 32 by 32 tiles. It doesn't matter where in a chunk the radar is in terms of what area it reveals. Oh, they're priority enemy targets. That's unfortunate. One of the specific buildings they go for first is the radar. Build more power poles. You just do that while I'm running around doing other crap. Okay. Okay, I think I see what you mean here about coverage. Is it generally not worth it to have radar overlap? I guess it protects it if it gets destroyed, maybe. Go after sources of pollution, but if they run into stuff along the way that's important enough, they'll take it out. They won't set out from nests specifically to attack radars. They always target pollution sources. But if on the way they catch sight of a radar, they'll divert to break that instead. Radars are a power-hungry building. Okay. Well, I guess I'll keep that in mind once I clean up the network later, but I guess for now it's not particularly big deal. Fortunately, the pollution is getting really bad. There's nothing I can do about pollution. I can't like build a building that sucks it in, or I can't build green technologies yet. I'm trusting y'all when you're saying don't worry about it, it'll be fine. You've got turrets around your buildings, but it definitely adds this constant feeling of don't fuck around too much. Okay, so the main thing that I set out to do was to automate ammo production for my turrets, which I've done. The second thing I wanted to do was to increase red science production, which I haven't thought about or started at all. Now, I think in order to pick up red science production, I effectively have to duplicate my existing red science building, because as far as I can tell, this thing's already operating at capacity. So, okay. Let me think about how to ask this question. This red science assembler is grabbing copper plates from this belt, and the belt is completely full. This gear machine probably should be moving into a box instead of moving directly into the red science facility, but I guess I could build an alternate red science facility up here and have it also grab from the gear. Like, how many gears can this thing hold at a time? Just the one? Red science takes 10 times as long as a gear wheel to make. Really, boxes are bad. So I already have all of these iron plate boxes over here that are kind of getting wasted at the moment. I guess because I was being less stupid as far as making sure that I was supplying these gear machines here. I guess I could just keep running this belt further down. Oh, I gotta figure this out. I'm still not literate. Could put this on my bar, I guess. I'm not using electric mining drills. Oh. How do I put stuff on the hotbar? Can't just click it. Finished automation 2. Middle click to clear hotbar. It's weird, you have to clear it first. Okay. This might be all I need for now. We'll see. Okay, now in theory I can probably build another Red Science assembler here. I have a way to feed it. Space problem's gonna be a problem though. Choose a recipe for assembling Red Science. Okay. Then I should be able to put another guy here. Oops. Oh, that's why it's not grabbing them. Okay. Figure out what my best option is then. Why can't I immediately turn a belt? I guess I can. So we put those both on the same belt maybe, if I don't want to build more power here. This is a nightmare. I want to die, but it might be getting the job done, kind of. Okay. Now, this thing's going to have plenty of gears, so trying to set up another thing to pull gears off it is kind of pointless, right? Okay. Let me think of some other things I can do here. Just make a bunch of these because I keep forgetting to. Feed the gears into a belt on one side and put the copper plates on the other. That belt can feed several red science machines. You need to have multiple inserters feeding gears to a single machine. Hooray! Going to make some more buildings over here. The problem is this is making red science and doing anything with it, right? Doesn't matter if it's bad as long as it works. Now, can I be fairly certain that the way this is laid out, that ammo is only going to come in on one side of the belt, so I could try to repurpose this same belt for red science output, I guess? So I could also just do that. Gotta go pick up some belts, hold on. I'll just try not to think about how much everyone's internally screaming and how terribly I'm doing everything. I'm also internally screaming the whole time. Okay. Might be able to do this. Okay, that seems to work. Let me think. Externally screaming, even better. Okay, build another assembler here. Oh, assembling machine 2. This is a thing that I got from unlocking automation 2. Same crafting time. Crafting speed. Okay, so it's strictly better. Like if I run around, I can just replace all my assembling machines with assembling machine 2. Let me look at the tech tree real quick. Hold on. Our lab research speed. And you said military is pretty decent to look into. There's some passives in there that I care about. Weapon shooting speed. That also applies to turrets and projectile damage. Okay, so I have no steel right now. Steel is 5 iron plates. Which I have a shitload of iron plates up here that I'm not using in these boxes. I guess it's probably too late for me to easily reclaim them here. This game auto saves frequently, right? Looks like it. So I can just manually make... Oh, this recipe cannot be crafted by hand. I see. Made in a stone furnace. already have so many furnaces here. I'm making too many iron plates. Can I leverage the fact that I have so many furnaces to like use half of them at the end of my line or some of them at the end of my line for making steel? I guess I don't have room to take the steel out of them. Oh, really? But don't I want to automate steel production eventually? I guess I can go move a box somewhere and just fill it with all of this ridiculous iron and use that to make some temporarily. Pull plates from your belt to make it a steel. Okay, let me think. I want to get this out of the spaghetti code area if I can. I'm making it worse. So that's using up space that I can't use later. Okay, so it's literally just a furnace, right? Right, furnaces need to be powered by coal. Shit. I guess maybe I can try to pull from this coal here since I already have plenty of it. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing here. Do that. Okay. Now it's the same thing where are these inserters grabbing do they have access to grab the coal and the iron based on whatever the furnace needs? So they all have so much coal in them that I'm not really seeing them grab the coal. But could I set up a second line of coal on the other side of this belt and use it to power the same stuff? They are? Okay. Oh, weird though. It needs to be further down to put it on the... How do I make sure that it puts it on the proper side of the belt? I guess I make a splitter down here, right? Inserters always placed on the far side of the belt. Okay. And you need a filter inserter to grab a specific item. Oh shit, but this isn't, it keeps sending iron over here. Is there like a splitter type thing that will only grab stuff from one side? Is it something that I need to research that I don't have access to yet? Real quick, I want to go back and just check how my green science is going. Okay, so adding extra red science has definitely significantly increased my lab usage to the point where if I make another red science that I'm going to have to build more labs. Okay. Oh, all right, let me see if I can figure out what you're talking about here. Hold on. You look for other passives to start working on. Solar energy, useless at night. Boring. Shooting speed 2. It's already queued. That requires blue science. Logistics 2. These are all faster belts and stuff. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me try this splitter thing. Sorry. So we place it here. I click it. Filter. That's going to be input priority, right? If I set it to filter, does that mean that it will only take the thing I tell it to filter? Oh, it's saying don't take that. I'm understanding it right. Okay, hold on. Filter splitters spend only that item to the specified side. Input priority is unrelated to filtering. Just shut that off and turn on the filter. Oops. But it looks like when I do... Hold F to pick up items. Thanks. There we go. Guess I'm trying to understand if I told it to filter for coal, then trying to understand why it didn't want to work there at first. Let me think about it. So when I say output coal, when I did output coal, output priority left, instead of it taking coal, it took iron only. All the coal goes right, all other items go left. Before it was set left instead of right. Oh, and because it was left, it was just blocking it, I guess. I'm not sure why, if I told it to input coal, why it was picking up the iron before when output priority left was set. It's okay, I can fix that with one of these guys. It's telling the left side of the splitter to only grab coal. Coal right means coal goes right and not coal goes left. Oh, okay. Thank you. Not coal helps me to understand better. Thanks. I don't know if I need or want a faster inserter here, or if just the one is going to be fine. That thing will eventually grab coal. Okay, it got some there. Got it. And furnaces don't need to be connected to power because they're already getting power from the coal they're burning. You need one splitter to get 2 mixed belts and a second splitter to filter one of the mixed belts into a pure coal belt. Wait, so this isn't working properly right now? Why does it appear to be working properly? Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. There's no coal coming along the original line anymore. Yeah. Okay, let me try to figure out what I need to do then to fix this. So you're saying, is it just 2 splitters back to back that fix the problem? You're saying this one just has no filtering. Well, no, it needs to have some filtering, right? Because now it's sending iron too, which is not what I want. Second splitter needs to be offset. I think once I see this, I'll understand what you guys are talking about, but it doesn't make intuitive sense to me yet. Sorry. Second splitter. Oh, what's the... Do you want a splitter that's not connected to a belt? Okay. Okay, that seems to be working, but I don't know why yet. So what's with the dead iron over here? Is that just from... No, it's always going to send some dead iron. I gotta look at this and understand what the fuck is happening. I guess I don't understand why it didn't just do what I thought it was going to do with filter the first time. I guess it did. It basically grabbed all of the coal. Okay, I guess I wasn't expecting there to be dead iron. Is the reason this works because it's creating a bottleneck that prevents the splitter from taking literally all of the coal from the main belt? Filter splitter blocks items from going to the wrong side. While I'm looking at this, let me build some more of these here. All right, we want to have some chests here, I guess. I know chests aren't ideal, but it helps me to start thinking about what I'm trying to do. It's necessary. Okay. So ensure there's an uninterrupted line to your existing furnaces that's unfiltered. So first splitter, make sure the filter splitter doesn't take all the coal. Oh, like have a single belt that then is fed. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And then I can just send it to automation instead of sending it to the chest. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me build some lights really quick. Just see what the fuck I'm doing. I can break these down pretty easily later, right? It's actually pretty effective. Cool. Yeah, I'll just throw them around now, just so I can see what I'm doing and then get rid of them later. Still doing fine on production, way more than I need. I assume that eventually you get a tech that lets you like make a battery, so you can save excess power when you're making too much like this. Okay. Steel. Guess I can still do more steel, huh? Radars account for half my power. Which is fine. Yeah, that's something I can clean up later, I guess. Stray iron piece? I don't see one. Oh, this guy here. So this is longer than it needs to be, but whatever, it's fine. This is saying I can only make one more furnace, right? Because I need to go like manually harvest more stone. You have plenty of coal, it turns out. power is an issue. Haven't set up any electric stone drills yet, necessarily. Okay, I'll go check in a second. How are we doing over here? Okay, so that's going to take a while to fill up before it becomes a problem, so I can let that sit for a minute. Stone. Burner mining drill. Steel takes a long time to make, it looks like. Electric mining drill. I can just bring some power over to it. Should be good. Hey, thanks, Appreciate that. Spaghetti-o. Can I reach?
You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that.
I hate having these be off grid, but it's gotta be off grid, it's gotta be off grid. There's music, but it's really quiet. Let me see if I can turn it up a little. Okay. And stones for pretty simple stuff, at least at the beginning of the game, right? Just stuff like furnaces, it seems like. Oh, steel furnaces are a thing soon. And those are just better. So, okay, when you get things like better assemblers, basically just go around to your existing factory and just go to each node and replace it with the better version. You don't have to change anything else, effectively. Feed stone to a furnace. Ah. I guess I could start working on that. Oh, but I have to redirect coal to it. Okay. Do I forget an electric furnace? It seems like it's probably a waste. Probably redirect coal off this guy. But we want to do it in such a way that it doesn't take all the coal. So let me see if I learned my lesson from before. Hold on. Yeah, let's say it seems like it would be inefficient. Now, why do you need to have a one? Why do you need to have it staggered with a single extra conveyor belt there? This is just a way to create a backup so that it doesn't take literally every coal? I don't need a second splitter because there's no filtering. Okay. The only reason that was complicated before and I needed a second one was to back up the iron to make the filter work, I guess. The fact that I needed to back it up on purpose it makes sense, but I'm going to have to do it on purpose myself without getting help from y'all to understand why better. Okay. I guess maybe it makes more sense for that to be this to go to a belt eventually. I guess it doesn't really matter here. Right. Is there a joiner that I can use here to try to, without having to use an inserter? Oh, I guess I can just put the belt. Okay, that's what I was looking to do. And these need to go into a... How did I place those in such a way that they weren't both covered? Jeez. It's ugly. I'm just going to try to not think about it. It's fine. This is fine. Splitters also function as mergers. Sure. Because then I get to keep all of the resources that I'm ripping out. Yeah, sorry, Termac, I'm new to the game. I've never played Factorio before, so bear with me. I'll try to learn. To end up, it'll be too bad because all the crazy stream systems and stuff I think are pretty compatible with Factorio community. I might have to treat this game like I did Warcraft 2 game category. What's Termac saying about running? Yeah, I just don't trust that it's going to place the way I intended to. Like, I was doing that earlier, right? It is an attempt to automatically connect them like Satisfactory does, right? Extra crap here. What am I doing on... Let me see if I can start making the steel assembler. So that's your steel furnace assembling machine. I guess I could just make them manually because I don't need to like make a factory that builds them right now. It'll be pretty slow, but I can do it while I'm running around thinking about what else I'm doing. So literally at this point I can just run around as I make these level 2 assemblers and just replace my old assemblers with the new ones and they'll just be better. So I have to remember what I'm swapping them to. It's so weird that you have to middle click to clear the slot. Because So I can use the second hotbar too. Is that like you hold shift and a number to access the second hotbar or something like that? Alright, so this is a gears. Assemblers that aren't working full time won't do any better anyway. Sure. This one's making conveyors. It's making gears. Oh, you can just place right on top of it. You don't have to remember the recipe. Interesting. Thanks. That makes things easier. Does it refund the old one back to me or put it in my inventory or whatever? That's convenient. Yeah, that's pretty satisfying to run around and just upgrade all of your existing facilities. This game doesn't have like a report of different kinds of buildings you have, right? You'll like be able to search my base for, did I miss any level 1 assemblers? The catharsis of Factorio. Can understand that. Power screen would help. So if it showed a regular assembling machine here, that would tell me that I still had a level 1 somewhere. With a pink increase there. Okay, so since I don't see any on this list... Oh wait, here we go. Since I don't see any on this list, we're okay. And my power usage is up. Got it. Let me try to upgrade my furnaces then, I guess. This is way too many furnaces. There's nowhere near enough stone. I guess I could try to set up a second miner in order to get more stone running here. CNP. If it wasn't drawing power, it wouldn't show up. Oh, Control C. Oh, really? Didn't think that that would be a thing in the game. It automatically tries to place another one, I guess. All right. Got some bricks. I'm going to try to make some steel furnaces real quick. Just manually to replace the ones that I already have. Yeah, sorry folks, I've never played this game before, so I'm trying to kind of figure it out. Chat's helping me a little bit with what I'm currently working on, but I'm trying not to get too ahead on all of the crazy mechanics. I know people that are into this game have played many hundreds or thousands of hours of it, so I appreciate your patience with me. Steel furnace. Oh, right. Yeah, it's pretty satisfying to do. Stone bricks. I guess maybe if I can make this furnace down here work faster, that would be good. Oh, really? Okay, that makes sense. So look, at this point, the miner is the problem, right? I'm just not getting enough stone. Yeah. There's something I can do to make the miner more efficient yet. Okay, built an extra one of these, right? See how many miners I have back here for the coal. So I've got 6 of them all feeding in on a single belt. Okay. See, the stone might go to the wrong side. I need steel plates. So, okay, hold on, sorry. Can I go somewhere to quickly see which of my how many furnaces I need to replace? Oh, get a more stable list so it's not every 5 seconds. Okay. Pollution screen only. Okay. So as long as it shows up here, that tells me that I have the one still running, which I have significantly more than one. Now I'm guessing running these upgraded furnaces is going to significantly increase my pollution. Okay. I have the UI scale set the way it is so that it's easy to see on stream, even if you're at a lower resolution. Pollution per second. Yeah, I can see it starting to expand there, huh? Here they don't make much of a difference. So, okay, let me see if I can ask this question intelligently. If you're limited by supply and you have an upgraded furnace, does the upgraded furnace still produce more pollution per unit input, or does it only produce more pollution in the sense that it's not bottlenecked, right? Like it'll produce more pollution if it's processing more units per second, but otherwise it's just as efficient or just as low pollution as a normal one. It doesn't pollute more. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let me review the tech tree really quick. I'm kind of looking forward to this logistics upgrade. I could build a bunch of those. I know I have to do military science soon, but I'm still trying to get a handle on the current layout, so I'll get to it. It's on my mind, thinking about it. Combat robotics requires military science. Railway? No kidding. Guess I may as well put it in the queue. Ah, because it requires logistics. Okay, I understand. Trains, vehicles, fluid wagon, and I need black science. Gotcha. Thanks for the help. Okay. And when it's idling, it's not polluting, right? Sure. Okay, so production statistics, here we go. Still showing a stone furnace. I guess I can't find it from there, right? Oh, that's probably here. Okay. A stone furnace, he says. Called it. So I guess I'm coming from the point of view, it's like I may as well upgrade him because why not? Because that way, if I come back to him later, and I guess maybe the problem is I'm using stone bricks and steel that I could be using on something else more interesting, right? But I can always break them down and carry them with me and bring them somewhere else where I'm better making use of my production, right? Just get rid of these later if they end up getting in the way. Treat them like torches in Terraria, right? It's not. Not a big deal. They're not really using up a significant amount of power. Or in a way, just move them some other time. Don't stress out. I was trying to figure this out during Satisfactory, like shapes.io is comparably stressful to this game, but I guess because it's so simplified, it's less overwhelmingly stressful. Satisfactory just seemed really chill, and I don't know why. Like, it's basically the same game, you know? Maybe it's the pollution system. Maybe it's not being able to see everything all the time, right? It's not constantly being reminded of your spaghetti code. Obviously, it seems like Satisfactory is way more robust of a game. Or Factorio is way more robust of a game. Like, there's way more complicated things you can do with it. So you kind of have a trade-off there that if you have the simpler game, it's simpler. It doesn't have as much depth. Play with the music turned off. Yeah, and that's usually how it works with video games. Like, everything is a trade-off. You can try to make something more relaxed or less complex, but when you do that, you lose out on depth. It could be a bummer. This is an RTS game, as far as I'm concerned. It's just doesn't have RTS style map design where you're worried about it. It's entirely focused on the macro element with basically no care for micro, right? It's like, hey, remember that whole like army building thing? Let's make a game that's that, and let's automate the building of armies, or replace the word army with whatever. Okay, pollution's starting to get bad. I'm probably going to get harassed for the first time soon. I have turrets set up. I guess I don't have turrets set up everywhere. I didn't set them up around my new stone facility, but once it gets destroyed, I'll just be sad and start a habit of aggressively loading my save. Is my logistics upgrade finished? Okay, no, that's next. So that can be the next thing that I can try to. What are these made of? Iron gear wheel, electric circuits. Okay, so I probably have way more than enough. I could probably make a gear wheel factory that's just for making better belts. Because I have a bunch of inefficient boxes that are just completely full to bursting with these plates. Working on military science. Okay. I just want to look at what the requirements are. Military science pack, piercing rounds magazine, grenade, and wall. I haven't made any of those things before. Copper plate, steel plate, firearm magazine. Bitters? Okay, I have a full belt of ammo, so I guess I can start trying to pick from that belt to make red ammo. Copper plate, steel plate, firearm magazine. I guess I got copper plates right here already. Gotta start moving the steel toward it. Oh, is this armor a one-time thing once I research the upgrade? Just have to equip it? Just looking, because I've done a couple tech tree upgrades that I haven't really paid attention to here. Filter inserter, fast inserter. Oh, and it just equipped it immediately once I built it. Gotcha. That's cool looking. Petroleum and sulfuric acid barrels, which I'm not doing anything with. Armor, shotgun, submachine gun. Is there any reason to have multiple copies of a gun? Is it the same kind of thing? It's a one-time upgrade. Have massive sleep and survivability hype. Oh, stone bricks are required for walls, which I need for black science. Okay. Sure. I accidentally shot my building earlier. Was that because I pressed the C button? Looks like it. Okay. I guess I'll build more stone mines here. Let me try to mirror the design I had earlier. Now, if they're not perfectly on top of the ore, they just won't have as much potential to mine, is that right? Try to just clean this up really quick. Hold on. Oh, but this is a problem. They need to have more space between them so that I can put it all on a central... I guess I can have them join, right? If I wanted to have them be this close. And then have the splitter that merges them there, I guess. Oops. Have them one tile apart and run the belt sideways right next to the drill. Okay. Didn't realize they were allowed to be that close to each other. Thanks. Now, am I going to have a problem with the stone ending up on the wrong side here since I have so much of it? Do I have to, like, build something here to ensure that that doesn't get screwed up? What can I do to fix it? I can see what the problem's going to be, but I don't know what the solution is. The coal and stone join in a T-junction. Really? Okay, I understand. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Let me start moving these here. Got a bunch of belts back here. Let me grab them real quick. Oh, you run faster on pavement? That's kind of cool. But I guess pavement uses up space for factories, right? It would just be for the convenience of you moving around more quickly. Absorbs less pollution than grass. That's clever. Yeah, I kind of like the pollution balancing system. I haven't figured out if there would be a way to keep that as a pressure without it being literal enemies that can destroy your buildings that are, it sounds like, trivial to eventually just ignore. And maybe that's just the way to do it. Oh, you can place things on top of pavement. Okay. That makes sense. Just putting a box here. Well, I don't know what I'm doing with this yet. So I think I have all the items I need to make red ammo are here. Paving's worth it if you can spare the bricks. Map seed road, forests all around, so you'd have a little lead time before the enemies would smell you. Is there something I can do to just shut off all my production and just sit and do nothing for a couple days to make my current pollution amount go down? You should go back and watch episode 2 of me playing this game where I'm having a fun time, everything's great, and then somebody mentions, oh yeah, you're gonna have to start worrying about aliens soon, and I just freeze. And it's like, paralyzed, don't want to play anymore. And then they're like, no, talk you off the ledge, it's fine, like you'll be able to deal with it. Kill the boilers. It seems like that's not necessary to do, right? Should be fine without having to do anything like that. Guess maybe I want a fast inserter here. Without having to build multiple. Okay, now I see I can replace an existing machine of the same type. Got it. The correct solution is more guns. Landfill. Oh, that lets me replace water. Interesting. I guess I don't really need to do that anytime soon, but blue science I just don't have access to yet, right? Because there's a bunch of things that are prerequisites. Okay. I know I have to do black science, but just to have something that's going here. Technically, you could do blue science before military. Come in military first. Okay. Occasionally, I'm going to have to pause and just stare at the screen and collect my thoughts for a second. Gonna try to make red ammo. So I have everything I need to do that here. It's not necessarily a problem that I have these two belts right next to each other, right? Because I could make a longer range inserter to grab the ammo from one belt and another inserter to grab the copper plates from the other belts. Every Factorio player spent a good bit of time staring at the screen and pondering. Long range inserter. Now, splitters are generally preferred to inserters as far as taking some of a thing off a belt. Just because it's faster, it uses less power. I guess maybe I'm going to end up needing a gap there, but splitters cost no power, are as fast as the belt can go. Inserters are slower and use power. Okay, so maybe I can do this differently. Okay, makes sense. We want to do this a step lower, though. Don't need the power anymore, I suppose. So to tell it what I want it to build. So I want it to build red ammo. I like the science system a lot because it's a way to force you to build things that you might not build otherwise, and then you might end up using those things for other purposes too. Okay, so if I build another splitter here, I have this box that's like my emergency stone brick box. But what will happen is if the splitter happens early and it gets backed up, then things will go to this thing to get filled into the box. But if it's not backed up, I'm not going to have to worry. It's going to send everything on this second belt, right? Which it will definitely get backed up because I only have the one assembler, but just trying to plan. Wasn't that stone brick? Oh, it's steel. Fuck. Well. Myself get confused. It's okay, I can move my steel down here. I guess I can build a wall machine there. May as well. These guys are full. Definitely don't have enough on the belt here. I guess I should reverse one of these to start loading it onto the belt until it empties, which seems kind of pointless, but... It's gonna bring it out on the other side, though, which is potentially going to be a problem. Then it's going to compete with the... This is another one of those Gandalf, I have no memory of this place situations I was talking about earlier. Like, how the fuck did I do this before? What is this? Send everything this way unless we overflow. Yeah. But the problem with in flipping it is that it puts the plates on the wrong side, right? And I don't have any way to... Is there a device that I can do that I place somewhere along the belt that just flips what side things are on or tries to make sure they all end up on the same side? I just need a splitter. No, that's bad. I'll come back and try to figure it out later. It's not critical. Move my steel down. That's what we were doing over there. Okay. What's best practice in terms of belt placement? Should you always try to place them as close to each other as possible? Should you leave one tile gap to do other things? I mean, given that if you don't know what you're doing or what your long-term plan is, I'm sure it's different if you know what your long-term plan is. 0 or 2 tile gaps. There's not any cost to having more power poles than you need, other than that you're wasting space, right? Oh, why is this thing popping up? Huh. I don't think I've gotten a pop-up like that before. Like, it's not going to use extra energy to have 2 power poles doing something that you could do with 1 power pole. It's just now you're using more space than you need to, basically. Makes it messy. Okay. Yeah, I need to make walls too, we were saying. Walls are just stone bricks. Build power poles in every tower. So I'm just going to put them in boxes for now until I know what I'm doing, and then I will try to direct them all together to make black science. So oh shit, I guess I'm making one manually. Oops. Grenade is the other thing. Coal and iron plates. Okay, I definitely am more than set on coal. Iron plates, I think I've already hit a snag on, unfortunately. I mean, I've got tons of chests full of them, but that's not automated, so it'll only be temporary. I guess I could make more iron mines. Or are some of these just running out of resources? Oof. I think I hate that. I get it, it's fine. I don't know how else you would do it, but... I guess that's why you eventually have to just pick up and move, though. You have to move because you run out of ore where you start out. I see. As long as the light is green, that means they've got something to harvest too, right? Bring trains of ore and feed your starting base from mining outposts. So I guess once this entire ore patch is completely gone, that would kind of be my cue to tear down over here. I don't know how long I've been out of ore back here. It's possibly for a while. Have a new ore source well before this first batch runs out. Running completely out of ore is if flashing sirens run screaming emergency. Like, can you soft lock as a result of it? Or something? You can soft lock. So I want this to actually be one tile over, don't I? So, okay, the only time I would care about the logistics upgrade to belt speed is if I get to a point where, like, this is completely backed up. Which I guess it kind of is because a lot of these lights are yellow. So maybe it's not a completely garbage, terrible idea to replace at least this part of the belt with red. I know I want to be making those automatically at some point, but I can't think about it at the moment. It's too much. I'm just trying to see if I can deal with my plate problem. Full but empty at the destination. So you want to work backwards, is what you're saying? It's not shift one. What do I get on my second bar? Produce 20k iron plates an hour. That's cool. I am using it fast enough already. Okay, thanks. Just Trying to line it up is kind of annoying. Now, if I don't upgrade the splitters and the undergrounds, then that might be a bottleneck, I guess. I'm not careful with that. Because the last couple furnaces were idle. The whole belt is as fast as its slowest point. Okay, I'm gonna let the ones I just queued finish building. Red belt's not doing much because it's being... Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Oh, is it manually making gears? Jesus. I think I have a chest somewhere that has a bunch of them. Maybe not. But I did. Should be able to see at a glance, right? Yeah, I'm working on it. I just gotta craft this stuff. So at first, my first plan was I was going to start building the belt from the miners. That was what made sense intuitively. But then I think somebody said you got to do it. It's the other way around. You have to do it at the end. Did I just misspeak or mishear that? Because now it sounds like we're saying I should start here first instead of here. So that automatically tries to replace the opposite side of it. Start wherever. I'll make something to produce these later, but I'm just trying to deal with this one problem at the moment. Won't see a benefit anyway until all the parts are upgraded, so it doesn't really matter what order you do it in, is what you're saying, right? Doing okay on space. Eventually going to try to make some grenades here. Working towards blue science. Yeah, I feel like I need to make I need to automate red belts soon. But there's not a lot of other places where belts are going to make a difference. Maybe with copper here. Oh god, when did this break? I guess it doesn't matter because I must have changed the way I built it before. Just hoping I'm so spoiled by Terraria now, where you can just like spam click the thing. Yeah, I guess I don't have Factorio vision yet for stuff like that, so just seeing that the belt is backed up isn't enough to know, okay, replacing this with a faster belt's gonna help. Once you play enough, you look at it and you can, see the code, see the matrix, so to speak. Let me go look at the copper here. Wait, so as a learning tool, let me go look. Earlier, I had an issue here where I had this line of furnaces and none of my materials were making it to my final furnaces. So that's usually an indicator that the problem is belt speed, because it's all getting consumed before I can get to the final one. Full belt that's moving full speed is a good cue. Yeah, red belts don't screw around. Wow. If you see full belt at full speed and the consumers are idling, then the belt speed is the limit. How can you have full belt at half speed? I know what full belt means, but yellow splitter is my bottleneck. This guy here. I can fix that problem. Watching the miners and furnaces. Oh, this guy right here. Fix it in a sec. So I could probably, I guess maybe a more, not professional, but familiar player would see a big ore setup like this and just build miners for the entire area immediately, because why not? This looks like this is a problem. Let me try to fix this. Okay. I guess I gotta get over thinking small. For whatever reason, I come into this game and I'm like, oh, I will build one miner and make a little machine. You're like, what are you doing? You need to have like 50 miners. Like, 50? That's a very large number. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. Okay. Okay, yeah, now I'm seeing the iron move real fast. Cover the entire ore patch with miners all at once, sure. Maybe 500. Okay, I just want to kind of look at this for a second, see if I can follow what's happening now. The whole reason I got thrown off doing this was that I was looking at the cost to make grenades, which are coal and iron plates. And I was thinking, well, I already have an iron plate problem. I don't have an excess of iron plates anymore. I did for a while. I mean, this could be part of the issue. See if it builds up now. Move plates to one side, build gadget. Oh, yeah, you know, I think that came up during last episode. Remember, it's kind of a weird looking shape. Okay. So still definitely not capping out on steel plates. So even with all of these furnaces upgraded, the ore is definitely full though. Can I do anything to terraform like these rocks here? That's the only reason I don't have more furnaces here. I'm trying to think, how can I expand this line here? Research something for terraforming the rock here later. I guess I could extend up through this way a little bit. Let me see if I can figure out what I'm doing here. Oh, I gotta have the coal too, don't I? Shoot. Go under the cliff. Oh, I see what you're saying. What about my splitter here? Why do I even have a splitter there? I guess it's keeping iron from getting down here and confusing things. Cliff is in the way. So I can't use it to go over a cliff, I guess. Oh, it's because I was trying to place it on the cliff. Okay, so here I would, let me think about how I'm doing this. I still only want to send excess coal south here because I think I'm using this for something important. What is this supplying? It's supplying my stone mining facility. Because I can just destroy this so I can start thinking about what I'm doing here. Oh, is that what's sending all my power over? I see. Do you need to have a blank space between a splitter and an underground belt? Okay, so this is currently working to send coal down this way if this is backed up, right? So I haven't had to break trees in a while. You just right click them. Okay. The problem is that through destroying the forest here, this is supposed to be acting as like sucking up the pollution. That's elegant. I like that concept. There's an in-game penalty for taming the wilderness, so to speak. So effectively just get rid of that splitter now, right? It's no longer serving a purpose. Oh, but I don't want this iron going this way. Okay, hold on. Stop it. I'll fix it in a second. Oh no, I'm having a stream outage. Another Comcast outage. I'm gonna keep working on stuff. If you're watching in the future on YouTube, I'll probably just be in silence as I try to figure it out here. I don't think there's anything crazy new for me to experiment with. I'm just gonna try to expand these furnaces, but let me let my folks know that I'm out. I'm going to step up real quick and try to reboot the router. need to figure out how to build grenades are coal and iron plates. Okay. Well, maybe I can just do it from here then. So that's okay. Looks like this is working slowly but surely. Place one of these in the way of a. Yeah, it doesn't care about there being a power line in the way. It's nice. Full on steel down here seems like a problem. Let's at least get a box going. Looks like we're coming back up here. See if I still have quality options. Hold on. I just kept going during the outage here. Is it stuttering? How many drop frames? And we have quality options, okay. All I ended up doing was I extended this belt here and built some more furnaces. And I'm pulling coal over here to make grenades, and I've got a box of grenades, which I gotta automate all that stuff soon, but at least I have it building. I guess I have way more steel plates and coal than I need, so maybe I can make 2 assemblers to make grenades. And there is a cost to cutting down. Every tree you cut down is going to make the pollution worse, right? Or increase the consequences for pollution. filters preventing coal from getting there? This one? How do I set it up so that it sends... Was this like that double filter earlier? Okay, I want to send some this way and I want to send some this way. I assume there's a way to do that. Two splitters. I'll try to fix it here in a second. Okay, so you're saying... Let me go look at my other one. I still don't think I fully understand why this doubling up a splitter thing works. I thought I did it over here. Maybe I already removed it somewhere? Split the iron coal belt with an unfiltered splitter. Then split one of them with a filtered splitter to prevent ore from getting through. But then they have to be staggered, right? They can't just be on the same horizontal line from each other. Okay, so this is splitting the ore. So does this second one have to go up or down one? I'm sorry, I don't have the Factorio vision to see why this is even going to work in the first place yet, unfortunately. What? That doesn't make sense. This is what I previously had. Move it down one? Wait, really? Okay. Oh shit, I got rid of my... Okay, looks like it fixed it. The lower splitter's not connected to anything. I don't understand. What do you mean? That this is what I just did, isn't it? Like, there's nothing going into that. But I need coal to come down here and iron, right? This is an advanced thing. I gotta stare at this. It's one of those things where it's like trying to learn some difficult fights in a game like old school RuneScape. People will be like, "Oh, you're supposed to stand here and then move here every 2 ticks," but it's like, but why though? Like, I get that it works, but I need to understand what's happening. So, okay. The first splitter. The first splitter is saying send half of the incoming ore on this belt instead of this belt because it's not filtered right. It's just every other iron it sends and every other coal it sends. Okay. Now, we're making blue science now. Shit. Battery. Oh, great. Seems nice. So we've got half of this belt going this way and half of this belt going this way. Okay. Because my stated objective is that I want to basically take this long line of coal and send half of it over here to supply these furnaces and half of it down here to supply my boilers. I might understand. Let me stare and think about it for a second. I've been like pressuring myself to try to work through what's going on while I'm doing other things at the same time, and I think I just have to look at it. So my stated goal: split coal east and south. This splitter accomplishes that. However, the problem is I just want to split coal east and south. I don't want to split both coal and iron east and south. That's the problem that I'm trying to solve. So the purpose of the second splitter, earlier I described it as intentionally creating a backup, but all it's really doing is it's saying, don't send any of the coal down here. Instead, send all of the coal this way, and you'll know to send all of the coal this way because this top of the splitter terminates. So it doesn't have anywhere to send the iron that it's split, which means when it goes here to make a decision about sending half the iron, it's like, oh, this iron's full, I'm not sending anything. It's just all going to go along the top. Yeah, I can see just the iron ore coming out of the top here. Okay, I think I get it. It's for solving a very specific problem that's you have 2 kinds of things on a belt and you want to split. This game would be fun to go through to all of these tools and convert them to code, right? Your if and or statements, loops. I have 2 things. I have A and B. I want A to go one direction, and I want half of B to go one direction and half of B to go the other. So I have to build this staggered machine that basically cancels out this. Okay, I think I understand. I'm probably going to struggle the next time I need it. I'll need your help to explain when I need to do it again, but I think I get it. Thank you for your patience. So these aren't running because this belt is saturated. Okay. So I should probably be doing something with all of the extra iron plates. Previously, when I've had this situation, I just throw them in a chest, but I already have chests full of plates, so I should find something else to do with them. I guess I could keep building assemblers here. All right. I see how you do things in a line this way. The human resource machine's cool. Tree is in the way. The belts are okay when you don't need the extra resources. Something's fishy here. This guy's getting coal from here. Okay, and I split some coal to share with this machine. So I'd have to do that again if I wanted to share with this machine, or build a splitter down there. But it looks like that machine is saturated, so maybe I don't need to bother with that. All right, blue science is ready. Let me try to get some of this other stuff going here. I guess I don't want to queue something that I don't have the science for, so just keep doing stuff that's red and green, I guess, just so that I'm doing something. God, such a wiring nightmare over there. The order that got through? This, you mean? Okay, so I think I finished building individual factories for all the pieces that contribute to making black science, but I I don't care about black science at the moment. Blue science seems more interesting, like it leads to more cool results, and I'm nervous that it's like, oh, you're gonna need black science because shit's about to get real. So, what even goes into blue science? Jesus Christ. Okay, let's do black science. Five grenades. Black science just uses its own lab, basically. Chemical plant. Oil refinery. I already have a couple labs. Walls, ammo. Wait, sorry. It doesn't require labs can be researching multiple things at the same time. I guess I misunderstood. I thought that in order to make green science, I needed red science, but it's just if it has red and green, that means it's trying to do both at the same time. Because here it just says I need piercing rounds, grenade, wall. So it must have both. In this order, does that mean you can't do blue until you have black? Let's make a science pack first. Okay. Black. Oh, I built all these, right, because I was running out of space before. Sure. We gotta do... And then after it builds the black science, I'm just going to want to send it to my labs, right? I'm understanding y'all correctly. Turn over this way. Now I already have this lab chain. Do I just want to send them to my first lab down here? And then any excess should automatically be sent to the last one? Dump in the science you have on you and they'll get used eventually. Okay. Oh, I see. Working towards researching battery. Shit. So, if if I see black science on every single lab, does that mean I probably don't need to build another black assembler? Sort of trash. Not researching anything that requires black science. Okay. So why did we say black science earlier? What's does everything that requires black science also require blue science? No, here we go. Shooting speed, I guess. Projectile damage. Combat robotics. Yeah. Not looking forward to the enemies, I'll tell you right now. Get why they're there. Piercing rounds are available. Piercing rounds are only available to me, right? I can't, I'd have to, like, loop them into my automation system. Fuck, I thought oh, I just clicked it without saying start. What happens if you die in this game? Load an autosave? Drop your stuff. So black science should be getting used now, but the reason it might look like it's at capacity is because I let it build up some science earlier when I wasn't researching anything. So I won't know if I need more for like a second. It looks like I've got... Is it like 2 assemblers? One assembler can cover 4 labs? So I've got 2 greens, and that seems to be saturated for my labs. Or 3 labs. Bottom belt is emptying out. Is it different for different kinds of science, or they all work the same way, basically? way more than enough steel. See, I can start paving things. I guess maybe I can give that a try. Or is pavement a later upgrade that I don't have access to yet? Locomotive, stone brick. Production is different for different science packs. Wait, is it just the brick by itself? You don't actually have to turn it into something else? Oh, geez. Okay. It's kind of cool. Huh. That's neat. But it burns through it really fast. And I see how it moves, increases your movement speed. Can I not, like, reclaim it once I put it down? Yeah, it was a lot of stone. Just by, like, clicking on it? I see. Wonder why they let you place it instantly, but make you slowly reclaim it. If anything, I'd expect it to work the opposite way. I guess at least I see the benefit of it. So I guess it incentivizes you to build like actual roads. It's kind of cool when your video game mechanics kind of mirror the real world in that sense, right? No reason to pave everything. Okay. I guess I could just make it follow along my power lines, which makes sense. And you said you can continue to place stuff underneath. Don't like that when I run over. I have to be able to set it so that when I move over my conveyor belts, it doesn't actually move me. It's pretty cool though. Fan. Try not to stress about it being all fucky. So I'm able to pave under the coal here too. And I'm out. That's fine. I get the idea, though. See what the situation is with black science real quick. Yeah, I think that's the rule. Well, maybe it changes later, but for red, green, and black science, one assembler is enough to supply 3 labs. Okay. Until I upgrade their speed later on, presumably. As far as I can tell, I'm nowhere near. I guess I'm at wall saturation and grenade saturation, but not ammo saturation. Why am I doing something wrong here? Oh, what happened to my copper? I feel like I was producing way more here before. Oh, that's cool that it puts the resources visible there. Some techs consume science packs slower or faster. Oh, I guess I can replace this guy. This is maybe a inserter problem. Oh, looks like that's the same. How can I get my main copper line over here? Just make a branch for it with the splitter and loop it around to this guy? No, it's like a sin to build over the ore like this, right? But I'll fix it some other time. I can't let myself stress out about it too much right now, or I'm gonna go nuts. Am I smelting copper in 2 places? Oh, I don't know. I guess maybe I built that a really long time ago. Maybe it was the very first machine I built last episode. Beats me. Hey, thanks, Ratchet. It's a lot of copper production over here. Okay. If I can just expand this guy.
You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Because this should be plenty to get wire for that machine, I think. If I'm understanding things right. You say that the red undergrounds are a longer range? couple tiles further. Find a spot to deposit most of this garbage soon. Guess that also works. Now, unfortunately, that's on the left side, but that's not going to matter because the splitter tries to split both sides, right? Okay, looks like that's what it's doing. Why didn't I do that in the obviously better way? Yeah, I'm seeing what assembly lines are all about. We have them. Okay, so in theory, this is going to put us at saturation for red ammo. So it's kind of the same deal with everything's about assembly lines. If you're doing anything that's assembly related, it's all about trying to make a line of the thing and then build belts alongside of it. So if I wanted to do 2 black science, I should just clean this up in such a way that they can be right next to each other and put all the belts running along it, I guess. Can, I think about to ask this question. Can you, if you have, because I think I've been doing this with the labs, will an assembler hold its product temporarily just as a way to move it to the same belt? So if I have assembler, inserter, belt, this is my output belt to go to the labs. If I had another inserter here and then another assembler, could I have it so that assembler passes some of its science here and then this passes that science directly to the belt while it's still building something, like the labs seem to work? Assemblers can't be chained. So that's like a unique feature to labs, basically. So what's the, if you can't chain assemblers like that, what's the alternative? What kind of shape can you build? Guess this doesn't need to turn then. Use long inserters to increase the number of belts along a side that a machine can interface with. Build rows of machines and have belts in double rows along either side. The near belt uses yellow-blue inserters and the far one uses red ones. Okay. In this case, since the wall and ammo belt have joined, this inserter, is it only able to grab, it's able to grab either, right? The way I can do with coal and iron. If it needs both, it'll grab both. I could basically destroy this assembler without losing anything here. So I'm not going to do a pretty line here, but I'm just trying to learn how to do this. Go check on what the deal is with my grenades here. Then this still has to export to that same belt, which I'm going to have a pain with because of the way I oriented that. Never ever run belts directly in or out of machines. Always run belts sideways along a machine's edge. Okay, I know I understand what you're saying. Just give me a second here to think about how to rebuild this area. I gotta stare at it for a minute. I get what you're talking about, though. Oh, but now I don't have enough space. Okay. So I have to have a one tile gap, pretty much, in order for the inserter to be able to get to it. Is that an upgrade eventually? A thing that lets you insert on the same tile as a belt or something? You always need the gap. Okay. I thought this was my grenade. Something to get fucky with my grenades. Here they go. Okay, I think I see where you're going with that. Give me a sec to build two of them here. Okay, so what you're suggesting is okay. Do you want to try to make those tunnels as long as possible so that you have as much space to build over them as possibly can? Now I move my black science belt over. And this guy is stalled again. Because they're short on grenades. Oh, it's a topic of debate in our Factorio. Interesting. What is going on with my grenades? Why are they... It seems like they're only producing when I get close. Plates. Plates. Did I just have a miner run out? Oh my god. I think I hate this. I hate this part of the game. I like the idea of automating stuff, and I guess I get why they have you run out of resources and you can get attacked and stuff, but the idea of it just not working anymore because of this is frustrating. It's hard because I completely understand from a development perspective why it works that way. I can't fault them for doing it that way. Shapes.io, is that infinite resources? Shapes and satisfactory are both infinite. Gotcha. So I feel like the interesting part is building the factory, not so much the resources existing there, but... And yeah, I see what you mean about this guy. Well, if it's that big of a problem, then just build all the miners so that it lasts for longer. But it's one of those things where it's the issue where something is almost infinite, but not quite infinite, to the point where you just don't have to think about it most of the time until suddenly you do. I guess if it ran out way faster, it would be... I would feel differently about it, but then you're playing a different game at that point, right? So... There's also going to be up one more tile to be a little bit less inefficient, but whatever, it's fine. Try not to think about it for now. They have 2 tile gaps between they'll get everything. Okay, so they extend a little bit further than what they're built on top of. That's what you're saying. Extend 1 tile beyond the collision box. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Grab ore, hold control, and click drag along your furnaces to stuff them full of spare ore. Oh, that sounds cool. I kind of want to keep a lot of it boxed just in case I have recipes I need to do, but... Okay, so it remains to be seen whether this is correctly sending science here. Where are you not going? There it goes. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on with my grenade situation here. This game, debugging the game, right? So it's still an ore problem, isn't it? Okay. Very well. Got a giant box of steel up here. One of these days I'll set up something to make my own fast transport belts, but right now I need so few of them that it's fine to just manually craft them, it feels like. You need more iron, the game. Once you start seeing gaps in the ore lines, you know you're running low. Since not all your miners are run out at the same time, an idle miner doesn't harm you. Miners don't even have idle power draw. Yeah, I kind of get the sense that a lot of this game is just playing it a lot to the point where you can see the code and see the matrix, right? Like, it's interesting that, and I've talked about this before, that there's such a thing as emergent design, that you can create your rules in your game. You can say, okay, this is how space works, this is how conveyors work, and without having explicitly designed a meta or a strategy, one just exists in the system. You didn't have to explicitly design that double splitter contraption, it's just a consequence of the rules around splitters. I think it's super cool. I always look forward to seeing that in video games. What is with this random dead end of... That would have been really helpful a long time ago if I knew that was there. The fuck did that come from? Yeah. No, this game's enjoyable so far. I think it's a game I would... So it's not like an RTS game where I'm just stressed out constantly. I'm not stressed out. Most of my stress comes from like knowing that this is terrible. It's I think I described it in a previous episode. It's like having someone sit behind your shoulder watching you code, right? It's one thing to look at it myself and know it's terrible, but then to know, and I know y'all don't give a shit. It's like, he's new, it's fine, he's learning, but still, God, why are you putting those belts in that order? It's like the why aren't you using control groups from RTSs, but times a million. I guess I should do the same thing. I was like, not using it's good enough. Why should I care? It kind of makes me hopeful. I mean, maybe if the whole running out of ore thing forces you to build a new base, that when you get to the second base, now you've learned all these lessons and you can build less stupidly. Yeah. I would like a lot of those. That would make my life easier in other places. I know, perfect's the enemy of the good, for sure. Is this what you were talking about it being full and moving like every tick? Is that where belt speed might be an improvement, or that's where you know it's not belt speed? Oh, absolutely. Programming presented through furnaces and belts. Are you comfortable with other people seeing your spaghetti code? Oh, so if it was completely full... Oh, this is looking better now. If it was completely full and it was moving at what appeared to be top speed, that would be a different story, basically. The fuck? What are you doing past me? Who are you? I guess it doesn't matter, because it's already completely full. Am I using this for something else? Okay, yes, I'm using it for red ammo. It's enough copper to last forever. Okay, so we're at capacity for black science, red science, and green science. I can obviously start trying to clean things up a little bit. Might be a good long-term idea. Let me look at the tech trees here. Understanding how blue science works is probably a good idea. More aggressive combustibles. I can't preview what that actually is going to. Oh, this doesn't do anything by itself, but it lets you make the flamethrower, the rocketry, and the rocket fuel. Okay, I think I get it. 7 seconds in an in-game factory. I know, right? Blue science, blue science, blue science. Okay, let's try to parse out blue science here. Sulfur, advanced circuit, engine unit. Okay. Sulfur, water and petroleum gas. Crude oil produces petroleum gas. I imagine that also produces a shitload of pollution. I'm going to need to expand to get oil. Is it just a node that I'll find when I'm walking around, or does it look like something obvious? Purple dots. So it's water in there. My scanner detected? Iron ore, uranium ore. Oh, crude oil combined yield. So I either have to go all the way south past a bunch of enemies or east over a lake. And I guess maybe that's the reason why I'd research landfill technology, so I could make like a land bridge across the lake, river, whatever. Marty, what are you doing? Being a bad kitty? All right, well, 8 hours into the game, I can check out combat for the first time, I guess. Guess let me research landfills then. What is, so I can start trying to make sure I have the resources for it, what goes into making landfill? Turrets, red ammo, and repair packs. Jeez, yikes. And I should make some boxes here so that okay, blue is too much. Just wanted to grab shit that's extra. Filter inserters to fill a box with a bit of red ammo. Well, I want to try to get the walls as well. That's all I'm trying to go for here. Is it bad to have them in the same box? So they're both overfilling. Turrets, red ammo, and a repair pack. Repair pack is like a health kit. Friendly entities. Oh, okay, so it repairs turrets. That makes more sense. Oh, that's good to know. Oh, okay, I made 5. I'll try to be prepped for next week here because we're coming up on time here in a second. Turrets, red ammo. So I can use turrets offensively. I can like go up there and put turrets in front of me and try to lure them into them. They're not strictly for defense. I guess I would just save before heading out there. I guess I gotta wait for the landfill upgrade anyway. There are no trains. So how do I already know that there's oil and enemies over here when my scanners only cover this tiny area around me? Speaking of which, how am I doing on power? I'm still set. There's not a hotkey to select things on toolbar 2? Or is that something I can set, maybe? Radars cover a wider range. They map it out very slowly without persistent reveal. Oh, so this entire map that I'm able to see is because of my radars? What's the deal with the lighter area around them? Is that just what you get from immediately putting them down? X swaps toolbars. Okay. So it's a toggle rather than a hold. Guess that's fair. I see. Oh. Well, that's what they look like. Yeah. They look nastier than when I first saw them on the map earlier. They have an economy thing going on. Should I have Zerg rushed them at the start of the map so that they didn't have a bunch of units now? Yeah, shift is what I was expecting from like MMOs and the like. Oh, okay, look, shift switches which bar is active. But there's not a way to like just hit shift 1 and have that select the thing that's on toolbar 2. That's what I thought. Pollution is their RTS currency. That's kind of elegant, actually. I like that concept. That the economy of your enemy is directly connected to your economy. Trigger an alien attack by pollution. Oh, good timing. I guess we'll see how this works. We're at the end of the episode, but let's see what happens here. Can I just click them to attack when they show up? God. Spacebar shoots. Seemed to work. Hooray! And I still have ammo there. Oh, I don't. Ammo's not on my cursor on purpose. Hit and run is your friend. Okay. Cool. Factorio will be back next week.